Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel once again, and today we are going to create this awesome and cool website using HTML and CSS only. If you want to have a look at the entire screenshots, you can download the screenshot from the description of this video. The screenshots are of three types. One is for the desktop, second one is for the tablet, and third one is for the mobile, so that you can have a look and you can see how this website is going to behave in different types of display. So anyways, let's have a look at the website first. First of all, we have this cool hovering effect in which there is a line drawn up on the name of the link that you can see, a small line. It is a small animation. This is a pretty simple navigation bar, but it is not that simple also. It is multi-level. You can see that when we hover on the level 1 link, we have this level 2, then we hover on the level 2 and we get the level 3 link as well. Similarly, we have a button, and with this button we have a pulsing effect when we hover over it. Let's scroll down a little bit, and then you can see we have this cool cover image. On top of the cover image we have some text, which is the title of the website, and some more subtitles beneath it and above it. Then we have these three boxes, a box kind of design. In these boxes you can put any sort of information that you want to put. It is totally up to you. You can even have images instead of the text. Then we have this cool image grid. If you want, you can have 3 images in all the rows or 2 images in all the rows. Then on hovering, we have this cool hovering effect over the images. Then let me scroll down a little bit more. Then we have this simple text area where you can put some simple text, or if you want you can add some images here also, it doesn't matter. Then scroll down a little bit more. Then we have this 2x2 grid system. In this we have an image next to some text, very simple. Then we have this little parallax scrolling effect, and then we have these 3 panels. The panels have some hovering effect, and also the images which are inside the panels, they have hovering effect of themselves also. Then we have the buttons, and buttons have the usual that pulsing effect as well. Let's scroll down a little bit more. Then we have this text section, once again a grid text section with a parallax scrolling effect with the image. And also you can see that in the text the index number of the paragraph is enlarged. It is behind the heading of the paragraph, and it is quite big, so it is kind of a new design. Then scrolling down a little bit more, we have this our team panels or cards. In this one also we have some kind of hovering effect. Then scrolling down to the bottom of the website, we have the simple footer. Very simple yet very intuitive. We just have the basic features in the footer. If you want to add some more paragraphs or some more information, some more links, you can do that as well. And in the right bottom corner we have this scroll to the top button. We click on the button and the top of the page is displayed. We can say this was the desktop version of the website. Now let's have a look at the tablet version as well as the mobile version of the website. That is, now let's see how the website is going to behave in different screen size. So you can see that in small screens the boxes are aligned on top of each other instead of next to each other. In the text area also, the left half of the text area is in the top, and in the same way in the rest of the website you can see everything has changed. The orientation of all the sections have changed because the size of the screen is too small and we cannot afford to have too much panels or too much text in the width of the screen. So that was pretty much the introduction, and now let's jump to the coding part, so which is going to be very interesting. So stay back, sit tight and get ready for the rest of the tutorial. Hey guys, and welcome back. Good to see you again in our new, modern, and amazing website tutorial that I have started recently. And in the last video, I have given you a preview of the website that we are going to create. So before moving any further, I would like to tell you something that I'm not going to create this website in the most traditional or more conventional manner. That is, first we create the HTML page, then we go by the CSS. So instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to create some very basic or some very helpful or very useful CSS classes that we are going to use throughout the HTML page, so that once these classes are ready in the CSS, we can go ahead and use them in the HTML part as and when we are defining the different sections, so that we can complete section by section. I mean to say, that is, I will create the HTML part of one section, then I will move to the CSS and complete that section in the CSS before jumping to the next one, so that it is easier for you to understand and easier for you to follow. That is, in one video we are going to cover just one section, and I have tried my best to keep all the sections independent of each other, so that let's say you don't want the text section, then you don't have to follow the text section video. You can skip that and you can follow the next of the videos, and the website won't have any issue, because I have tried my best to keep all the sections independent of each other. So yeah, that's it. So let's get into the coding. I have created this starter files folder in which I have kept all the images that I have used. So you don't have to use the same images that I have used. It is totally upon you. If you want, you can use some other images. That does not matter. The thing that matters is you will have to be very careful with the name and the extension of the pictures that you are using. And yeah, that's it. Now let's create a text document, a simple text document, and then rename it to index.html. Make sure to remove the .txt extension so that it becomes a HTML file. Now we need to open it in any of the text editor that you have. I'm using Sublime Text. You can use any other text editor. Then create one more text document, a simple text document. Rename it to style.css and remove the txt extension. Okay, so this will create a CSS file. Open it in the text editor as well. So as I have briefed you already, I am going to start with the CSS, and I am going to define all the basic and all the helpful CSS classes that we are going to use throughout in the HTML page. So let's start with that. So let's define some classes for the font. Let me just give you a brief introduction about how we refer to the classes in CSS. If you know it, it's very good. If you don't know it, I'll just give a small brief introduction. To access any class in CSS, we use our dot selector. That is, if the name of the class is font-access, we need to use a dot before the name of the class to access it. If you want to access an ID, then we will have to use a hash symbol before the name of the ID. And similarly, if we have to access any HTML tag, then we don't have to use any dot or hash. We simply write the name of the tag and it will be referenced. So anyways, it's a little bit more complex, a little bit more complicated than just using simple symbols that we are going to see in the subsequent videos. So don't worry about that. Let's just finish this font. Then font size 1.2 rem, exclamation mark important. We use this exclamation mark important so that any other definition of the same class will be overridden by this one. So in the same way, I'm going to define some more font classes with different font sizes. So just follow the video. Alright, now we need to have some media queries so that we can reduce the size of these fonts when the size of the screen changes. Because in small screen, we don't want to have too big font size for any text. So copy all the font classes, paste them inside, and then just let me change the font size of each font class. So in short, when the size of the screen width falls below 1024 pixel, then the font size of font-access class will change from 1.2 rem to 1 rem. Similarly, for the rest of the classes, the font size is going to reduce. So we are going to do the same with different screen size, so that in different screen size we have different font size. So copy this entire block, paste it, and then just make the appropriate changes the way I am making. Alright, do it once again for 768 pixels. Then once more for 640 pixels. And we can remove all these classes except font-x3, because I don't think I want to reduce the font size beyond that except for this class. Then let me create a heading class. Margin will be 0 and line height will be normal. Okay. Then let's define some classes for margin. M-0 is for margin 0 all around it. It's very simple. The name of the class is very intuitive. Then let me copy it and create more classes in the same way. Okay. My-1 means this class is going to have margin definitions along the y-axis, which means this will have margin along the top and the bottom of the class. So margin top and bottom will be defined in this. Let's create some more classes in the same way. Then we are going to have mx-1 just the way we have my-1. Mx-1 is going to have margin along the x-axis, which means margin will be on the right and the left. Okay. Then in the same way, let's define some padding classes. Alright, then dot no space. As the name specifies, this class will make the padding and margin as 0. Then let's define some of the basic HTML tags. It's very simple. You just have to follow the video. I don't think I have to explain anything here. It's too trivial. In HTML, overflow Y to scroll, because if there is overflow in the y-axis, then we want to have a scroll bar, but if there is an overflow in the x-axis, we want it to be hidden, because we are not going to have any overflow because of the content, but we might get overflow in the x-axis because of the margin or the padding, so we don't want to see that. That's why it's hidden. Then let's define the font color and font size for the HTML and body. And the font family is Poppins. This is a Google font. To access this font, we are going to have a link in the HTML. We will have that later. Okay. Then the anchor tag or the E tag. Remove the outline so that the links don't have any outline by default. Text decoration as none because we don't want the underline when we hover over it. Cursor should be a pointer. Then some more general classes like wrapper. Wrapper is going to be the wrapper class for all of the sections that we will define. So it will be a block. It will take the width of 100%. No margin and no padding in the wrapper. Inside the wrapper, we might have different padding or margin depending upon our need, but the wrapper will not have any margin or padding. Then text align to left. Then let's define a container class, and it will have a padding of 6 rem all around it. Then let me write some media queries for container, because in small screens we don't want to waste too much space in padding. We want to reduce the size of the padding in small screens. Alright, and I have considered 4 breakpoints, that is 1024 pixel, 900 pixel, 768 pixel and 640 pixel. That is just intuitive. If you want to have more breakpoints, you can have more. If you want to have less, you can have less. And even if you want to change this max width to something else, you can do that. That is totally up to you. Then let's define some classes for the background. Then some classes for the width. These classes will be used for the div elements, and when we use these classes with the div elements, they will get the width which is specified here. So W-30 will get a width of 30%. So let's say there is one div element which has this class W-30. So it will mean that that div element will get the 30% of the width of its container. So in the same way, let's define the rest of the width classes. Then as usual, let me define the media queries to take care of the responsiveness of these width classes. Below 1024 pixel, I have increased the width of the W70 class to 80% because in small screen, we don't want to waste too much space around the element, so it's better to give it more width. Then below 900 pixel, I have increased the width even further to 90%. Similarly, below 768 pixel width, I have increased the width of the W30 class to 70%. And the rest of the classes will have 90% width, so that we take up the 90% of the available width of the container. We don't want to waste too much width in small screens, and we will try to align all the elements vertically instead of horizontally in small screens. Anyways, then let's define some text classes. These are also very trivial. Then let's define some flex properties. I'm going to use these flex classes a lot in the subsequent videos. You are going to see this because these flex properties are very helpful in creating the desired or the required design that you want. It's very easy to use with the flex property. So d-flex-c will have display as flex. Then flex direction to column. Justify content to center. So this will mean if we use d-flex-c class with any element, then whatever element that we define under it, they all will be stacked in one column in different rows, which means they will be aligned in different rows in one single column. In the same way, let's define d-flex-r. In this one, we are going to have the flex direction as row. In effect, this class is going to make sure that the elements which are defined under this class will be aligned in different columns but in a single row. Like they will be in a single row but next to each other, or you can say that they will be aligned horizontally next to each other. Then let's have this overlay class to have a slight grayish photo effect over the pictures. RGBA is very simple, that is we define the RGB part, and the last one is the alpha. Alpha element defines the level of opacity. So all 0 means it is a black color and 0.6 opacity makes it a kind of a gray. Anyways, with this we have finished the basic or the helpful CSS classes. Now we can go ahead and start with the HTML file. Hey guys, and welcome back. This is the third video in this video tutorial in which we are going to build complete website from scratch and without using any framework. So in this video we are going to start with the HTML part. In the second video or in the previous video we had completed the CSS part for the basic CSS classes, which we are going to use in this HTML page a lot. So let's start with the HTML. Create a HTML tag and create a basic HTML file using the basic tags, and then quickly fill in the title. Alright, so I'm just using some meta tags to define some metadata within an HTML document, and this metadata is actually a data about data or information about data, and the meta tag is used to provide such metadata about the HTML document. And this metadata will not be displayed on the page, but it will be machine parsable, and they are typically used to specify page description or the keywords or the author of the document. So a meta viewport element gives the browser instructions on how to control the page dimensions and scaling. This is very useful for ensuring the proper rendering and touch zooming in mobile phones and other touch screen devices. Then let's add a small icon which is displayed in the browsers tab. and the icon and all the images that I am going to use in the HTML part are already in the img folder. Alright, then let's add CDN link to the font awesome icon. CDN links are the content delivery network, so that we don't have to download the entire content and then host it along with our website. We can just use the CDN links and the content will be available to our page. So you can just write this URL, or if you want you can search it in the Google and then copy the link and paste it here. Similarly, we are going to use Google font in our page, so for that also we need to add one link. If you want to use some other font apart from the font that I'm using, you just have to Google it out, type Google fonts and then select the font that you want and then take the link for that font and use it here. And we are also going to use external CSS style sheet to style our document that we have already created, and even we have created so many basic CSS files. So now we need to link both of these files together so that all the CSS stylings is available to this HTML page. Alright. Let's start by giving an ID to our body, my page. Then we need to start with the top section or the landing part of the page. Create a section tag, class wrapper, ID top hyphen part, and we have already defined this wrapper class in the CSS. Wrapper is going to make sure that this section won't get any margin or padding around it. It will be displayed as a block. Alright, then get inside and create a div. Then class overlay, and we have defined this overlay class also, which is going to be responsible for adding a color effect to the picture. Alright, then again get inside and let's start with the header, which is going to contain the navigation bar. Then class d-flex-r. We have defined these classes also, if you remember it. d-flex-r is the class which is going to be responsible for aligning all the content that we are going to define under this header tag in one single row but in different columns next to each other. Then bg-white, as the name suggests, it is going to add the white background. Then id header. Alright, let's open in the browser. Alright, we need to start with the logo on the left side of the navigation bar. So create a div tag and the class m-1. This class will add 1 rem of margin all around it. Then id logo. Then get inside and create a anchor tag or the e tag within the reference part index.html, so that when we click on the logo the same page is reloaded. Alright, Then get inside the anchor tag and create a img tag, and we are going to define the image within this tag. So the source will be img/logo.png. The png file is already inside the img folder. If you want to use any other icon or any other png file, you need to keep it in the img folder and then reference it from here. So we are going to scale down the size of this image in the css. Anyways, then let's start with the navigation bar. So create a nav tag and class font-access. So whatever font size that we have defined in the font access class is going to be used for the entire navigation bar, unless we specify some other class for individual elements. Then text-black. This will make the font color black. And mx-2 is going to add 2 rem of margin on the right and the left. Then let's give an id main-navbar. This will be used while referencing the navigation bar. Anyways, then get inside and let's create a ul tag, that is unordered list tag, and class d-flex-r. This class is going to be responsible for keeping all the links in one row. Alright, then create a li tag and class nav-item. Then get inside and create a tag or the anchor tag, and in the reference we can write index.html so that the same page, that is the home page, is reloaded, and class nav-link since it is a link. Alright, then the text for this link as home. So with this, one link is complete. In the same way, we are going to define the rest of the links. So create one more li tag and class nav-item. So this link is going to have 2 levels. Then get inside and create an anchor tag. And in the reference part, we can just leave a hash symbol since we don't have the URL for this page. Then class nav-link space drop. We are going to use the drop class with all the links which are going to have multiple or multi levels, and since this link is going to have 2 levels, so we are going to use drop class here. Then get inside and create another ul tag, then create one li tag, then get inside and create a tag, and this is a level 2 link. Similarly, create as many links as you want. These are going to be the level 2 links. Alright. Then get outside the li tag, which is containing the link about. And this is going to be the third link in the navigation bar. And this one is also going to be multi-level. So let's write level 1. Then get inside and create a ul tag. Then again get inside and create a li tag. Then create a tag within it. and then write level 2 since these are going to be the level 2 links. Now we are going to define a level 3 link as well. So create a li tag, then inside it create a tag and the class as drop. Since I have told you already, we are going to use drop class whenever we want to use our next level of link. Then write any text. Then get outside the a tag, but don't move outside the li tag. You can see we are inside the ul tag. Then we have the li tag. And then inside the second li tag, we are going to create a new ul tag for the third level of link. So create the ul tag. Then inside it, create a li tag. And then create the e tags just as we were creating before. And these are the level 3 links. Alright. Then watch out for the li tag which was containing this ul tag because that li tag is defining the third level of link. So get outside of that li tag and create a new li tag. This is the same as the level 2 which is the first one. So in the same way create a e tag. So this will define the level 2 link. Let me put some comments. So within the ul tag, the first one is the level 2 and the third one is the level 2. The second one is a level 2 plus level 3 as well. Let's open in the browser. Alright, you can see that now. We have level 1, inside it we have level 2 plus drop and that one is taking us to the level 3 links. Alright. So if you want, I can write some alphabets here so that it's easier for you to understand. Alright. So get outside the li tag which is containing nav item class because this li tag has completely defined one level 1 with all of its multi-level links. So copy this entire li tag with the nav item class, copy it completely. Paste it so that we can have it once more with level 3 links. Alright. So see where this li tag with nav item class is ending. Come outside it. And then let's create one more link. So create a li tag. So in the same way, let's create one more level 1 link. Alright. Then after the links, we need to create a button. So create a div tag and the class as d-flex-c. Then get inside and create a tag and class btn space btn-pink space font-access. Alright. So this completes the navigation bar in HTML. Now we need to style it in the CSS. So let's start with resizing the size of the logo. So to access the logo, we are going to use header ID, then logo ID, and then the img tag. You can see that. Then let's refer to the UL and the OL tags inside the navigation bar and margin to 0, padding 0, and list style so that we can get rid of these bullet symbols. Alright. Then let's style the li tags within the navigation bar. The li tag inside the main navigation bar can be any li tag. It can be the level 1 li tag, or it can be the level 2 li tag, and as well as it can even be the level 3 li tag. So in a way we are styling all the li tags in just one go. So display as inline block, position relative, then margin 0 top bottom, 15 pixel left right, and padding 0. Let's open the browser. Alright, so they are spaced out now. Then let's refer to the links or the A tags within the li tags. This A tag can be any tag, that is, it can be the level 1 A tag or the level 2 A tag or even the level 3 A tag. Then display as inline block, margin 25 pixel top bottom and 5 pixel left right. Then color inherit. Alright. So this is going to style all the A tags within this main hyphen navbar. So the effect will be on the text in the links. Alright. Then let's hide the level 2 and the level 3 links. So for that we are using UL tag, because UL tag is responsible for having all the li tags, and li tags are used for defining the level 1 or the level 2 or the level 3 links. So this is the main hyphen navbar, and then this is the UL tag for the first level of link, and then this is for the second level as well as the third level. So using UL space UL is going to reference the second level as well as the third level links. Z index 999, So z-index is going to make sure that the links are on top of any content that comes in front of it, so that the links are not hidden when we want the links to be displayed. Position absolute, width 180. We are giving a width to each UL tags. Text transform to none. Alright. Then visibility hidden and opacity to 0, so that we can hide the level 2 and level 3 links until and unless we want them to be displayed, and we want them to be displayed only when the level 1 link is hovered. Alright, the links are hidden. Now let's display the level 2 links on hovering. So hash main hyphen navbar space ul space li colon hover greater than sign ul. Since first UL tag is containing the level 1 links, so if we hover over any one of the level 1 link, then the visibility and the opacity of the UL tag is going to change. And not all the UL tags, only the UL tag which is the direct child of the li tag. Alright. You need to know one thing, it's very important. We have used this greater than sign here because we don't want the level 2 and the level 3 links to be displayed all together if we hover over the level 1 links. The level 3 links should be displayed only when the corresponding level 2 link, which is containing the level 3 links, is hovered upon. If we are not hovering over the level 2 links which is covering the level 3 links, we don't want the level 3 links to be displayed. And also we are referring to the hovering effect over a li tag because we want the hovering effect over the links and not on the entire ul tag. Then let's style the level 2 and the level 3 links. So main navbar space li width 100% and margin 0. Alright. Then hovering effect on the link of level 2 and level 3. So hash main hyphen navbar space li colon hover greater than sign a. So this will mean that we are referring to the a tag which is a direct child of the li tag, and this li tag can be level 2 as well as level 3. So color white and the background color pink. Alright. Then let's format the level 2 and level 3 links. So main hyphen navbar space li space a comma main hyphen navbar space li dot drop, then display as block, margin 0, padding 10 pixel top bottom 15 pixel left right, and then background color white. And this is going to style all the level 2 and level 3 links. Let me show you how we are referring it. This is the main hyphen navbar. Then this is the li tag. This is the first li tag, and this one is the second li tag. And then this is the a tag. This was for the 2 level of links. Same goes for the level 3 links. Alright. Now let's position the level 3 links. So hash main navbar space ul space ul space ul. So this is going to select the third ul which contains the level 3 links. Then left to 180 pixel. 180 pixel because we have given the width to the ul as 180 pixel. So we want the third level of links to start from where the first level as well as the second level has ended, and top as 0. So the top will begin from where the level 2 has ended. Alright. So the basic navigation bar is complete. Now we need to add the transition effect on the links. Hash main hyphen navbar space dot active space e comma hash main hyphen navbar space e colon hover comma hash main hyphen navbar space li colon hover greater than sign a color black font size inherit and the transition 0.3 seconds ease in out. Alright. Also we can remove this first dot active space a since we are not using any active class. But if you want to use any active class with the navigation bar, you can still use that CSS reference as well. Then down arrow, which is going to be the next to the multi-level links so that it illustrates which links are having multi-levels. So hash main hyphen navbar space dot drop colon colon after then comma hash main navbar space li dot drop colon colon after. This selector will reference the second and the third level of links containing the down arrow symbol. Then position absolute font family font awesome 5 free. This is the name of the font family that we have to use since we are using the font awesome icons. Then font size 10 pixel, font weight 900, and to use this font awesome icon the font weight has to be 900 for this symbol icon. Alright. Then line height 10 pixel, Then content. Within the content, we need to write the code for that symbol. So backslash F107. Alright. So in the browser, we can see that now we have the arrow symbol, but we need to position the arrow symbol a little bit to the center. Alright. Hash main navbar space dot drop colon after, then padding left 0.25 rem, top 30 pixel. Alright. Now let's position the down arrow icon in the level 2 links, because you can see in the level 2 links the symbol is at the bottom. So let's reference that. Top. Let's make it 16. Alright. So this is the main navbar. Then this is the first li, and this one is the second li, and then this is the drop class. So because of the drop class, the arrow symbol will be added next to this link. So this is how the CSS selectors work. Anyways, if you are understanding how the CSS selector is working, it's okay. But if you are not getting it, don't worry. Just keep going with the video. Gradually, you will learn to understand how these things are working. Then let's add the line animation or the effect over the links which appear when we hover over the links. Hash main navbar space dot nav item space dot nav link colon before, then content has to be empty, position absolute, z index, it can be anything, let's say 2, left 0, because we want the line to start from the 0 coordinate from left, and then we want it to move up till 100% of the container to the right, so that it begins from the extreme left and then the line is drawn up till the extreme right of the container and not beyond the container. Then background color, the pink, height let's say 3 pixel, then transition property, we want the transition to apply to right, transition duration 0.3 second, and transition timing function ease out. So the line has to start when we hover over the link, and the line has to start from the 0 coordinate of the left or the extreme left of the container and move up till the extreme right of the container. So the line has to start from left 0, that is the extreme left, and then it has to be drawn up till the right extreme or the right 0 when we hover over the link. Alright. Now let's style the pulsing effect of the button. So let's begin with the .btn class, because this is the basic class which we have used to define any buttons in the web page. So position relative, font weight 500, border width 1 pixel, letter spacing normal, margin 0.4 rem top bottom, 0.8 rem left right. Then we want the transition property to be applied to the background color, the font color, the border color, and the box shadow. And the transition duration 0.3 seconds, 0.3 seconds, 0.3 seconds, and 0.8 seconds. So the box shadow will get the transition duration of 0.8 seconds and the rest will get 0.3 seconds. And the timing function is ease in out. Then padding 0.8 rem, space 1.5 rem. Alright. Then border radius, let's say 100 pixel. This will make the corners round. Then display as inline flex. Because we don't want the button to be positioned on a new line, it has to be an inline flex. Then align items center. This will align the button vertically in the center. Then justify content center. This will align the button to the center horizontally. Word break, break word. Then .btn colon hover, comma .btn colon focus. This will style the hovering effect over the button. Then box shadow 0 space 10 pixel space 40 pixel space 0 space RGBA 0, 0, 0, 0.2. So the first three zeros define a black color and 0.2 is the level of opacity. Now let's give the pink to the button, and I have used a separate class that is btn-pink to give the pink color to the button, so that if you want to add any other color to the button, you can do it by adding one more class. Let's say you want to add a green color button, so you will have to add a btn-green, and then within inside that class you just have to define the font color, the background color, and the border color as green, and you will get the required green color button. You don't have to change anything in the btn class or any other class. So it will be very easy for you to get a button of any other color. You just have to define that particular class. So if you want a button of any other color, then you just have to define a class with that name. Then define that class here in CSS as well, just the way we have defined this BTN pink class. Alright. Then let's define the hovering effect over the button. And in this we are going to use a little dark pink. Alright. And now let's define the pulsing effect animation over the button. So for that, dot ptn colon hover colon after and dot btn colon focus colon after. Then content blank. Then border 1 pixel solid space inherit, because we want the border color to be inherited. Then the width 100%, height 100%, border radius 100 pixel, then transition border radius 0.3 seconds. Because we want the animation over the border radius and we have defined the radius to be 100 pixel, so that the border will be rounded and it will be of 100% width and 100% height, so that will be the exact shape or size of the button. Then position absolute, left 0%, top 0%, and opacity 1. Then animation 1 second space btn hyphen animation space linear space infinite. This animation property is a shorthand property for animation name, duration, timing function, delay, iteration count, and many more. Here we have defined the animation duration as 1 second. Then btn-animation is the animation name. So it defines the name of the keyframe we want to bind to the selector. So while defining the keyframe, we will use this same btn-animation. Then linear is the animation timing function, and infinite is the animation iteration count, which means we want it to be iterated again and again infinite times. Anyways, then let's define the keyframes. So this add keyframes rule specifies the animation. This is where we write the code for the animation. So the animation is created by gradually changing from one set of CSS styles to another. And while the properties or the set of CSS styles changes from one to another, it appears that we have some sort of animation. So during this animation, we can change the set of CSS styles as many times as we want. And we have to specify when the style change will happen, in which means if we write 0%, that will mean the animation will start from 0%, or it will be the beginning of the animation. And when we write 100%, that means that is the point when the animation is going to complete. So the animation will start from this point 0%, and the border of the button will be of the same size as that of button. So the scale is 1, so it will be of its original size. Then 100% transform scale 1.3 and opacity is 0. So it means the animation will start from 0%. That means the border will be of its original size. Then the border will start increasing up to 100%, where the transformation is of the scale 1.3. So the border will be of its 1.3 of its original size. And then because the opacity is set to 0, so after the border reaches the size of 1.3 of its original size, the border will start getting transparent and it will fade out. Anyways, with this the button is complete as well, and border color is not appearing. Then let's add the border colors individually. So get into the .btn hover after. Under here we have defined inherit with the border. So let's delete this inherit and write border color inherit. Now save it, and now let's see in the browser. So the button is working now. The animation is there. The pulsing animation that we wanted is there. So with this, the navigation part is complete. Now we can add the responsiveness to the navigation bar. That is, we want the links of the navigation bar to align vertically instead of horizontally below 768 pixels, because the screen with less than 768 pixel size is going to be the very small screen. It is going to be the size of a mobile phone or maybe a phablet. So in those screens we want the navigation bar to appear vertically. So let's start with the logo and the navbar. Since the logo and the navbar are two different elements, so first of all we want the logo and the navigation bar to be aligned vertically. Then we will align all the links within the navigation bar vertically. I don't know if you are getting my point, but even if you are not getting, let's just keep going. You will understand what I am trying to say. So this is the logo ID, and this is the main navbar class. This is the d-flex-r class which we are going to use. So because of this d-flex-r class, the logo and the navigation bar, they are stacked next to each other in one row. And if we make changes to the d-flex-r class, then these two elements will be aligned vertically, one in a row in one column. So let's do that using the header ID. Flex direction to column. Alright. Now you can see that the logo and the navigation bar are in different rows below 768 pixel. Now we want to do the same with the navigation links, that we want the navigation links also to be aligned vertically. Hash main navbar dot d-flex-r. So we are going to change the flex direction to column here also. And if you want to see which class we have referenced, it's this one, which is under the UL tag, because this UL is like the parent of all the links within it. Now we need to reduce the width of the links so that the line is drawn up till the point where we have text and not beyond that. So hash main hyphen navbar greater than sign ul greater than sign li. So this is going to reference the first level links only, then max width as max content. Alright, now let's reduce the margin around the links and also rearrange the drop arrow. Alright, so with this the navigation bar is complete, and now we need to move to the cover image part, where we are going to define the cover image, the banner text, as well as the 3-box design. So stay tuned and move to the next part of this tutorial. Thanks for watching. Alright, this is the 4th video in our video series in which we are going to build this website from scratch using only HTML5 and CSS. So in this part we are going to make the cover image, the banner text, as well as the 3-box design below the image. And up till the previous video we have created the navigation bar and the pulsing effect button. So we have completed up till here, and now let's start with this video. So beyond the header tag, that is outside the header tag, let's begin with the cover image. So create a div and class d-flex-c space container. D-flex-c class is going to make sure that the banner text that we are going to define under this will be stacked next to each other in different rows but within a single column. Then container class is going to add the padding within it. Then W70 class is going to make sure that this div gets the 70% of the width of its container, which is the wrapper. Then text-white means we want the text color to be white. Then ID banner-text. Alright. Then get inside and let's create a p tag and class subtitle space font-access, because this is going to be the subtitle above the title of the website. So let me just copy the text from the example page and paste it. Alright, and now we will define the main heading. So create a h1 tag, class title, font-x4. So whatever font size that we have defined in the font x4 class will be used here. Then you can write any title that you want. Alright, let's see in the browser. Alright, then again let's create a p tag and add some more subtitle. Alright, I'm using the same text from our example page so that I can create the exact replica of the website, but you don't have to do that. You can put your own text or whatever that you want to put in. Then let's create the button below the text. Create a div, and within the div create a e tag. Since we don't have any reference for this button, so just leave a hash symbol and class btn space btn hyphen pink space font hyphen access. And as I have told you already, if you want to have a button of different color, you can just skip this btn-pink class and instead define a new class, let's say btn-red, and then define the color in the btn-red class in the CSS to get the red color, and everything else will remain the same. And you will still have this pulsing effect as well. Then let's write the text within the button. Alright. Now let's define the three boxes below the text. So create a div and class w-70. So w-70 is going to make sure that this div gets the 70% of the width of its container, which is the wrapper of the section. Then text-dark is going to make sure that the font color of the text that we are going to put inside is going to be dark gray. It is not complete black, but it is kind of a dark gray. Then text center will make sure that the text is aligned in the center. Then the d-flex-r is going to make sure that the three boxes that we define are next to each other in a single row but within different columns. And let's have id box so that it is easier for us to reference this part and make any changes that we want to make. And also, if you want to align the title and the subtitles in the center, then just add text-center here to the div. Alright, that depends upon you. Then let's begin with the first box, which is going to have the white color background. So the class box-item bg-white. Then get inside and create a I tag. Then class FAS space FA hyphen coffee space text hyphen pink space font hyphen x2. So FAS space FA hyphen coffee are the two classes that we need to use to get the font awesome icon for the coffee. Then the text hyphen pink is going to make sure we get the pink colored text, and the font hyphen x2 will give the font size which we have defined in the respective class. Let's see in the browser. Alright. Then below it create a h4 tag and the class text-black space font-x1, and let me just copy the text from the website. Alright, Then get below it and create a p tag and font hyphen access. All right. So we have completed one box. Let's just copy this entire div containing the class box item and paste it so that we can get the second box. In the same way, paste it once again and this will be the third box. And we need to change the bg-white to bg-pink in the second box because we want the background to be in pink color. Then we need to change the name of the font awesome icon for the second box, that is fa-clock. Then we need to change the heading as well. In the third box also we need to change the name of the font awesome icon. Then the heading. All right. Okay, so pink color is not coming because okay, I made a mistake. We have not defined any bg-pink, but instead we have defined bg-light pink. So let's make the correction. All right. So the HTML part is over. Let's move to the CSS. Let's start with the cover image. So hash top hyphen part and background URL img/bg-1 .jpg space fixed space no hyphen repeat. So this background is a shorthand property for defining many more properties within it, like the background color, the image, position, size, and many more. And the first part is the background image where we have defined the image. Then this fixed is for the background attachment, which means because this background attachment property sets whether a background image scrolls with the rest of the page or is fixed. So in short, background hyphen attachment property is the one which is responsible for giving us the parallax image. So the image will be fixed to its position when we scroll through the page. Then the next part is no hyphen repeat. The background repeat property sets if or how a background image will be repeated. All right, so you can see the image. Then minimum height to 992 pixel so that we can increase the height. Then background size, cover. So the background size property specifies the size of the background image, and since we have used cover, so the image will be resized to cover the entire container, even it has to stretch the image or cut a little bit. Then background position, center. All right, we have increased the height of the image, but the height of the overlay is still the old one. That's why the photo effect is not covering the entire image, or the overlay class is not covering the entire image. So let's do that. Alright, then let's style the banner text which defines the title and the subtitle. So let it start with top 50 pixel, padding left 50 pixel. Alright. Then let's style the title within it, that is the main heading, and increase the font weight. And in the subtitle also we want it to be bold. Alright. Now let's align the boxes in the middle of the container. For that we will use the ID box. So margin top 10 rem, margin right and left to auto. Then hash top hyphen part space hash box greater than sign dot box hyphen item. So this will work like the first element will have the ID top hyphen part, then within it we will have a element with ID box, then within this box element we will have a box hyphen item class which is a direct child of the box item or the box element, then padding 3 rem. Alright, this will be all around it. Then let's do some media queries. Let's start with the 1024 pixel width. We will reduce the height of the image. And similarly, we will have to reduce the size of the overlay class. Then copy this entire block, and for the next level of breakpoint we need to do the same. Alright, then below 640 pixel we want to change the orientation of the boxes, that is we want the boxes to be aligned vertically in different rows. So for that we are using the d-flex-r class, and we will just change the direction of the flex. Alright. So with this part of the tutorial is also complete. Hey guys, and welcome back to the fifth video in our series. And in this part we are going to create the image grid. That's a 3x3 image grid, and it's not like you have to create only 3x3. You can add more images or you can remove some images. Grid depends upon what you want. So anyways, let's get into the coding and create a section tag, then class wrapper. We are using wrapper to remove the margin and the padding and to set the display as block. And anyways, we have seen the text hyphen dark and PG light pink, both of the classes and what they do. Then ID image grid, and one more thing, we use ID with a HTML element when we want to refer to only one element, and when we want to refer to many elements in one simple way, then we use the class. So if we have written the ID as image grid, then this ID will not be used with any other element, so that we can only reference this section with this ID. This is the basic difference between using class and ID. Anyways, then let's start with the title. Create a div, and this div will be the container for the title. Then let's create the h2 tag and class heading. Then we want the heading to be in black color, and it should be aligned in the center. And let's give a little big font size. Then you can write any heading that you want to write. Alright, then get below it and let's start with the grid. Then let's create a div, and this div will be the container for the grid. So let's give this grid a new class, let's say container hyphen grid, so that we can add the padding and the margin appropriately for this image grid. Then d hyphen flex hyphen c, so that we can create the image grid row wise. Because of this class, we are going to get the elements aligned into different rows but in a single column. So in these 3 rows we are going to then define the images. Anyways, then get inside and let's start with the first row. So for defining one row with 3 images, we are going to use a UL tag. And UL tag we have already seen. This is an unordered list tag. It will not have any numbering, but the list items will have bullet symbol, which we will get rid of anyway. Then class d hyphen flex hyphen r, so that the images that we defined under one row will be stacked next to each other in one row. Anyways, then let's get inside and create a li. Class hover1, since we are going to add hovering effect over the image, and also you can have many more types of hovering effect. So because of that reason, I'm just giving it a name hover1, so that you can have more classes hover2 and there will be no ambiguity. Then get inside and create a img tag. Then let me just write the source. Alright. Then get inside and create another div, and this div will be the overlay, or you can say this div is going to add the text when we hover over the image. This completely defines one image. So copy this entire li tag. You can see from where this li tag has started and from where it is ending. Copy this entire li, then paste it 2 more times so that we can get 3 images in total. Alright. Then after that, just quickly change the source of the images so that we can have different images in different rows. Alright, let's revert back to the browser and see. Alright, we have the 3 images and the text is appearing below it. We will get rid of those text and have them displayed only when we hover over the image. Anyways, let's just minimize this UL tag, and by minimizing we only reduce the visibility of the text. The text is still there and everything will work as it was working. Then copy this entire UL tag because one UL tag is defining one row. So if we copy the entire UL tag and paste it 2 more times, then in total we will get 3 rows. Alright, let me paste it, then change the titles so that it will be easier for you to understand which UL tag is for which row. Alright, also if you want to try something new, then you can follow what I am doing. You can have 3 images in the first row, then 2 images in the second row, then again 3 images in the last row. If you want to do like this, you can do it. Otherwise, you can have 3 images in all the rows. So if you want to have 2 images in the second row, then just remove one li tag, any one of them from the second row, and change in the names or the source of the images. Pause the video and see what are the names that I have given to the images. Alright, then let's move to the CSS and let's begin with the container grid, and let's give it a width of 65% and add some padding at the bottom. Let's say 6 rem. Alright, then let's start with the hovering effect over the image, and the class that we have used to refer to the hovering effect is hover1. So let's reference to that, and it's all pretty simple. Just keep pausing the video and follow it. Then let's style the overlay class. Let it start from the top left corner. Let's add background color, a little gray, and let's add a transition effect over it. The first part defines that the transition is for all the properties. The second one is the transition duration, and then third one defines the transition function according to which the curve of the transition will take place. Alright, now let's hide it by making the opacity set to 0 so that we can have this effect only when we hover over the image and not otherwise. Then let's style the image or the img tag within the hovering effect. Let's add the transition effect to the image also. Then let's refer to the h2 tag, which is defining the title within the images. Alright. This translate method moves an element from its current position according to the parameters that we give for the x-axis and the y-axis. And the translate y property defines a translation using only the value for the y-axis so that the movement of the element is along the y-axis only. Then let's add some padding all around it. We cannot see it until we hover the image. So let's set that, and also we want the image to get enlarged or get bigger when we hover over it. So for that we will use transform and the scale method. And with the scale we will give more than 1 so that the size of the image enlarges. Alright. Then let's display the overlay class when we hover over the image by setting the opacity to 1. Alright. Now we need to display the h2 tag when we hover over the image. So for that also we will set the opacity to 1. Use the translate y to bring the h2 tag back to its original location or original position. While defining the h2 tag within the hover1 class, we have given the translate y minus 100 pixels so that it is outside its container, and that's why it's not visible. When we hover over the image, we want the h2 tag to come back to its original position so that we can see it, and for that we have written the translate y to 0. Alright. Now let's just use the media queries so that below 768 pixel we get only one image in one row. Alright, so for that we will use the d-flex-r class, and this class was used with the ul tag, so we need not use any space between the ul and .d-flex-r. then flex direction to column. If you want to see, this is the UL tag, and this is the d-flex-r class that we have used with it, and because of which the images are aligned in different columns but in a single row. So by changing the flex direction, we can get all the images in different rows. UL tag is not getting aligned in the center, and we are getting some sort of padding on the left. So let's get rid of that below 640 pixel. Let's make the padding 0 below 640 pixel. Alright. Now it is perfectly center aligned, and with this we have completed this section also, and the next section that we will do is the text section. Hey guys, and welcome back. This is the 6th video in our series of website creation, and in this video we are going to create the text section, the simple text section. But also if you want to add some font or some icons or images, you can do that as well, but I'm just going to keep it simple so that I can save some time, but you have the liberty to add or change or design it according to your wish. So anyways, let's get into the coding, and let's start with the section tag. And as always, let's have the class wrapper text dark, and let's give the ID text section so that this section can be referenced uniquely by this ID. Then get inside and let's create a container for the entire section, and let this container be aligned into different rows but in a single column. Then let's define the title, and this div will also have the d-flex-c so that the title and the text or the subtitle below it will be aligned next to each other in different rows. And you can write any text or any subtitle that you want to add. And with the subtitle, let's add some margin on the top and bottom of it. Alright, in the browser we can see the title now, and let me just copy the subtitle. Alright, so the first row contained the title and the subtitle. Now in the second row we are going to divide it into two equal halves. The first half will have the text grid, and on the second half or the right half we will have some paragraph text. So let's give this div id text section divider. Then let's begin with the first half or the left half. So create a div and the class d-flex-r once again, so that in the left half we can divide it even further and get two more halves. That is, we want a 2 by 2 grid in the left half. Anyways, I don't know if you are getting my point or not, but even then, if you are not getting it, just follow it. You will shortly see the changes in the browser and you will understand what we are trying to do here. Then mx-2 will get 2 rem of margin on the right and the left of this div, and the w50 will get the 50% of the width. In the same way, let's define the second half. Alright, so these are the two halves, the first half and the second half, and in total they will give a width of 100%. So we have divided them equally. Now let's get into the detail of the first half and create a first row. So for that, just define a div and the class m-1 to get 1 rem of margin all around it. And let's have the ID grid text. Then get inside and then define the text. Each text comes with a heading. And you can have any heading or any text that you want to put in. I'm just copying the text and the heading from the example page so that I can just create the replica of the example page, but you can go ahead and put something else. And this ampersand HELLIP semicolon is the short form for that dot dot dot. Alright, that was the 1 by 4 grid. In the same way, let's create the 2 by 4 or the second one. That is the second row, first one. So we are defining column wise. Then copy this entire div, which is defining the first column in the first half, and paste it just below it. Change the comments, second column, then the grid will be 3 by 4 and this one will be 4 by 4. And accordingly, let's just change the title. Alright. Now let's define the right half or the second half. So get inside the second half div, and let's begin with a p tag. And I'm just going to define the text, so you can keep pausing the video and follow the video. I don't feel I have to explain anything here. These are very easy and very trivial. I'm just defining some text. Then below the text we need to define the button, and for the button we will define a div with class text-left. To left align the button, then inside it we will create a e tag and class btn space btn-pink, then the text for the button. Alright, so this completes the text section as well. I will see you in the next part, that is the 7th video, in which we are going to create the 2x2 grid with image and text. Hey guys, and welcome back. This is the 7th video in this series, and in this part we are going to create the 2x2 image text grid. And let me remind you, these will be responsive, so which means they will change their shapes according to the size of the screen, and when the size of the screen falls below a specific breakpoint, then they will be aligned in different rows. So anyways, let's start with the coding. Create a section tag, and as always class wrapper bg-light-pink, and since we are following this alternating background color, that is one section is having white background and the next section will have a slight light pink background, and so on. So this one is going to have a light pink background, and then let's have the id features-grid. Then get inside and create another div, and this div will be the container for the entire grid. So let's give it a class features-grid-container. Then get inside and let's create another div for title. So this h2 will create the title for this section. Anyways, get outside the div, and then let's start with the first row. So create a div define the class d-flex-r because we are going to have two elements in the same row. The first half will have the image, the second half will have the text. So for that, this class will be used. Then features-grid-row. We will use this class later in the CSS to apply formattings. And let's have the ID first row. In the same way, let's define the second row. Copy this entire div, paste it, then make the changes. Alright. Then let's get inside the first row and start with the first half, that is for the image. So create a div and class features-grid-row-image, because in the features grid this is a first row and this is for the image. The namings are very intuitive, and let's give it the width of 50% so that the another 50% can be given to the text. Then get inside and define the img tag. Let's revert back to the browser. Alright, we have the image. Now let's define the second half, which is for the text. So create another div, and for this let's define a class features-grid-row-text, because in the features grid this is a row and this part is for the text. Then W50 to give it a width of 50% since the another 50% is with the image. Then get inside and create another div to add some margin around it. Let's say M-3. Alright. Then get inside and create a h2 tag. This will define the title, and we want the text color to be pink here. So text-pink. And let's have the size of the font as font x2, and then you can write any text that you want. Then get below it and create a div. Then create a p tag. This p tag will be used to define some text, and the color for the text is dark. And also we want the text to be justified in this case. No left alignment or the right alignment, but the justification of the text. And the size of the text to be small also, that is font-xs. Then let me just quickly copy the text from the example page. Alright, then get below it and let's define a button. For a button, we will have a div containing it. Then inside the div, we will create a tag. This is just the way we have created the button previously. So alright, we have the image as well as text on the right. And one more thing to remember here, if you want the text grid to be this way, that is without any margin or padding on the left and the right side, you can have it this way. Or if you want it to create the way I'm going to create, that is adding some space on the left and the right, you can do that as well. Alright, now we need to create the second row, that is for the text and then image. And for that, we can copy the entire content of the first row. So starting from the first half for image, the comment that is there, starting from that div, to the last ending div of the second half of our text, we are going to copy these two parts. You can see the div where they are ending, copy them. The first half for image, second half for text, copy these two blocks and then come inside the second row and paste them. Alright. And the image has to be the second half and the text has to be the first half. So let me just change the name or the source of the image as well as the heading. Alright. Let's start with the features grid container. And let's add some width, 80%, so that 20% will be left as margin on the left and the right. And by using margin left and margin right as auto, the container will be aligned in the center. Save it. Alright. So this is what I was talking about. If you like it this way, you can have it this way. But if you want no space or no margin on outside the container, you can have that way also. And also you can see that the same sequence has been followed. That is, first we have the image, then we have the text for both the rows. So for the second row, we are going to use a special flex property to reverse the alignment or to reverse the position of the text and the image. Let's do that. So for that, we will use the features grid row class and the ID second row, because this class has been used with the first row as well as the second row, but we want to refer only to the second row to reverse the position of the grid. So for that, we will use the ID as well and the flex direction to row reverse. Alright, then let's see in the browser. Alright, everything looks good. So the next thing that I want to do is in the first row, I want the text to be left aligned because the image is on the left side. So I want the text to be left aligned. And in the second row, I want the text to be right aligned since the image is in the right side. These are purely subjective. This depends totally upon what you want. You can have it your own way. All right. Then let's do some media queries. And below 768, let's increase the width of the W50 class, because below 768 pixel we are not going to have the grid the way they are. Below 768 pixel the grid will be aligned in different rows. Alright, and let's align the boxes in different rows and in a single column. That is the flex direction to be column. and for that we are using the features grid row, because this class has been used with both of the rows, that is the first row and the second row. So by referring to this class we can refer to both of the rows, and each row has d-flex-r class. Alright, let's see in the browser. So below 768 the first row is getting aligned, but for the second row we will have to do it explicitly. For the second row we have used the flex direction as row reverse, so for that second row we will have to define it explicitly. Alright, and also below 768 pixel, when the grid is getting aligned into different rows, it is better to have the text center aligned. So let's do that. And this class is being used with the text of both the rows. Let's refresh, and they all are center aligned. So this completes this section of the video as well, and I'm going to see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hey guys, and welcome back to the 8th part of this video series. We are covering up the tutorial very quickly, very fast. So let's get on with this one. In this part we are just going to create a parallax image. So it's going to be very simple. Let's create a section tag and class wrapper as always. Since this section tag will define a parallax image, let's have the ID parallax image. Then create a article tag and class d-flex-c, because we want all the elements inside it to be aligned in different rows but in single column, and container to add the padding around it, then text center to center align the text, then get inside, and let's create the title first. So for that create a div and class my-2 to add 2 rem of margin on the top and bottom, then define the title, and you can write any text, then get below it and create a p tag. This is the subtitle. Alright, then get outside the div and then create a new div. This is for the button, and we are going to define the button in the same way that we have defined. And this ampersand RAQUE UO semicolon is the code for that arrow, right arrow. If you want to have that arrow, you can use it, otherwise you can get rid of this. Alright, then let's move to the CSS and let's refer to the section by using the ID parallax-image. And since we refer to the ID with hash symbol, so add the hash symbol. Then let's define the background image. And fixed-no repeat. Fixed because we want to have a parallax effect, that is, we want the background attachment to be set to fixed, so that when we scroll through the page, we want this part or this element to be fixed to its place and not scroll with the page. No repeat, since we don't want the image to be repeated. And anyways, if you don't like this image, or if this image is too dark, then you can change the image. There are plenty of images in the starter files folder that I have provided you in the description of this video. You can change the image. Alright, so this part is also over. It was very simple and very easy. So thanks for watching. Hey guys, and welcome back to the 9th video of this video series. And in this video we are going to create the panels for the blog section. And let me remind you once again, if you are willing to create just one section of the website, you don't have to follow the entire video series. You can just follow the second video in which we have defined the CSS classes that we have used extensively in the HTML. And then after that video, you can just follow the video corresponding to the section that you want to create. You don't have to follow the entire video series. So anyways, let's get back to the coding and let's begin with a section. And let's have the class wrapper. Then let's have the font color dark. And let's give an ID, our blog. Then quickly get inside and create a div. Then class d-flex-c to align the contents within this div in different rows but in a single column. And container to add the necessary padding. Alright. Then let's get inside again and start with the title part. So we will enclose the title part within a div. So create a div and class text center to center align the text. Then get inside and create a h2 tag, and we will just define our title. And title will have a black color. Then get below it and create a subtitle. Let's open the browser. Alright, we have the title and the subtitle. Now we need to create these panels. So get outside the div which contain the title and create a new div. This div will enclose the panels. Then class d-flex-r to align the panels in one row but in different columns. Then let's give ID. Then let's begin with the first panel, and we are going to define these panels within one article tag. So one article tag will define one panel completely. Then let's have class hover2, because we are going to define a second kind of hovering effect on the image, and the previous one was named hover1, so let's name this hover2. Then m-2 to add 2 rem of margin all around it. Then get inside and create a figure tag. Then within the figure tag, create a tag or the anchor tag. And since we don't have any URL for these panels, so we are just going to leave a hash symbol in the reference part. Then get inside the a tag and create a img tag to define our image. Then let me just write the source. This image is in the starter files folder that I have provided you already. Then get outside the a tag and the figure tag and get below and create a h3 tag, and this is going to define the heading. Then m-1 as usual will add 1 rem of margin all around it. Then text center will center align the text, and heading is the class that we have been using with the title. Then font x2. Pretty simple, isn't it? Then get outside the h3 tag and define a ul tag. Ul tag is the unordered list tag. We have seen this tag before also. And we are using this meta class so that we can refer to the small tags which are below the image. Then create a li tag, and let me just quickly define the font awesome icons for the tags. And let me remind you once again, you don't have to use the same font awesome icons. You can use different icons. Let me change the text as well. Alright, so let's see in the browser. And we have the first image, the title and the tags. And I think I have used less margin with the heading. So if you want, you can increase the margin. And also decrease the size of the font. I'm just doing this to match the style with the example page, but you can do as you wish. Then let's create the paragraph text and add the text below the image. And let's have the margin 2 rem around it, and justify the text. And let's have small font size. Let me quickly copy the text. Alright. Then get below the p tag and create a div so that we can define the button inside it. And let's have 1 rem of margin around it and align it in the center. Then get inside and create the a tag, which is used to define the button that we have seen it before also. Alright, so we have one panel completely, And also this article tag that I have used to define one panel specifies an independent or self-contained content, which means then an article should make sense on its own and it should be possible to distribute it independently from the rest of the site. And some other usage for the article elements is for the forum post or the blog post, which we are using it here, or news story or comment, and many more. Anyways, then here what we have is one article tag defining one complete panel. So copy this entire article tag and then paste it two more times. So let me copy it, then get outside the article tag, write the comments and paste it two times. Alright, let's see in the browser. Alright, we have all the three panels. Now let's make the necessary corrections like changing the headings, then changing the images. So let's begin with the second panel. So I will change the image source, then the heading, then the tags for both of the panels. You can just keep pausing the video and try to follow it. Alright, so we have the panels and the HTML part is over for the panels. Let's get into the CSS and let's style it. Let's reference to the our blog ID and give it a background. And this background image is already in the starter files folder. You can see in the folder. Alright, it's very light. Then let's add some margin on the left side of all the article tags except the first one, because for the first one if we add the margin 4%, that will be kind of a extra margin. So we will exclude the first one, and for this we will use the colon not selector, and it is also known as the negation pseudo class. So whatever selector we write within the brackets will be negated by the not selector. So here we have written first child, and then because of the not selector it will be negated. So the final effect will be that all the elements will be selected except the first child, and the first child is the first article tag which is on the extreme left. Then let's add the 4% of margin. Alright, now let's add some transition effect to make it look good while adding the hovering effect, and also give it some borders. And it depends upon your choice also. If you like it this way, you don't have to add the border. Let me copy this and paste it. and just add colon hover so that we can style the hovering effect. And since border is already defined, let's remove this and instead add a box shadow effect. Zero is the horizontal offset, 20 pixel is the vertical offset, and 80 pixel is the blur, and 0 is the spread. So for the H offset or the horizontal offset, a positive value puts the shadow on the right side of the box and a negative value puts the shadow on the left side of the box. And we have given a 20 pixel to the vertical offset, which means the shadow will be below the box, and if we have used a negative value, then the shadow would have been above the box. Then blur is for the blur radius. The higher the number, the more blurred the shadow will be. And then the spread means a positive value increases the size of the shadow and a negative value decreases the size of the shadows. And anyways, if you don't understand it, it's okay. I'm going to make a separate video to explain how box shadow works. Then let's style the meta class, which is used with the font awesome icons. So let's make them inline block so that they are aligned in the same line. And let's give them a font size so that we can make them small. And I think the font awesome icons are not loading right now, maybe because of the network issue, but anyways it will work for you. The font awesome icons will load. Then let's add the margin and divider after each icons. So let's reference that. All right. Now we need to remove the last divider, which is after the second tag. So for that we will use the last child selector so that we can refer to the last li tag and then remove the divider. And also this colon after is used to create a pseudo element that is the last child of the selected element. Then let's remove the content and the margin. Alright, so the panels are pretty much complete, and we can just go ahead and add the hovering effect. That is the second hovering effect in this video series. So let's refer to that, hover to space figure. Then let's define the background and overflow hidden. Then let's reference the image within the hover class and let's add some transition effect. Then let's transform the image, rotate 15 degrees and scale 1.4. So initially the image will be rotated as well as it will be a little big than it is right now. And what we want is that when we hover over the image, it should rotate back to its original position as well as it should come back to its original size. Alright, then let's define the hovering effect. So for transform, rotate 0 so that it comes back to its original orientation and scale 1. so that it returns back to its original size, and opacity 0.8. So as you can observe, there is a separate hovering effect over the panels and there is a different hovering effect over the image. Alright. Now we need to take care of the media queries, because when the screen width falls below a certain breakpoint, we want the panels to be aligned into different rows instead of all of them being in the same row. So what we want is below 768 pixel screen width, we want the panels to be aligned into different rows. So for that we will use the d-flex-r class. And you can see that we have the class here with the div, which is the container for all the three panels. So if we change the flex direction of this class, then all of these three panels will be aligned into different rows. Alright. So with this, our block section is also complete. Please move over to the next part of this video series. Thanks for watching. Hey guys, and welcome back to the 10th video in this video series. We have been covering the entire series so fast, and it's not even 2 weeks and we are close to the end. And anyways, let's see what we are going to create this time. Alright, we have this text grid with parallax image, and also the index numbers are enlarged and behind the text for each of the paragraphs. So let's quickly get into the coding. Create a section, and the class will be wrapper, and let's give an ID also to reference to this section later using the CSS. Then get inside and create a div, and this will have the class overlay so that we can add the gray color effect to the image, and p-3 to add 3 rem of padding within this div. We are not using margin with this overlay class because there is a reason. If we use the margin, then this overlay class will not be applied to the entire image, and instead it will leave out 3 rem of margin all around it. We don't want that, so that's why we are using padding. Anyways, then get inside and create another div and class d-flex-r so that we can divide the entire text grid into 2 sections. The first half will contain the paragraph text, and the second half, which is the right half, that will contain the text grid. So we will begin with the first half and we will give it a width of 40% of the entire div container. Then let me just define the div. Alright, and and as you can see, W40 will give it a width of 40%, and D-flex-C will make sure that the contents are aligned into different rows within this div. Then quickly define the second half or the right half with the 60% of the container, so that the 40 and the 60 will add up to a total of 100. Alright, up till this point I don't think there should be any misunderstanding or there should be any doubt. Up till this point it's pretty simple. Then let's start with the first half or the left half. So let's add the relevant classes, and I want the text to be aligned on the left, and also the text should be in white color since the image is going to be on the background. Alright, then let's get inside and start with the subtitle. I am just copying the text. You have the liberty to write whatever you want. Then below the subtitle, let's define the main title. Then after the title, we are going to define some text. I'm using the dummy text just as before. Alright. Then below the text, I will define the button, and the button has to be enclosed within the div. Alright. So this completes the first half or the left half. It was pretty simple. We didn't do much. We have just created the subtitle, the title, and the button. Pretty simple, isn't it? Then let's get into the second half or the right half. And also, before moving any further, let me give an ID to the first half and one ID to the right half. Alright. Then get inside the right half or the second half, and let's begin with the first row. Now let me explain you how the grid is working. Since the first div, which is dividing the first half and the second half, that div is having the class d-flex-r, which means it is having the flex direction as row. So which means because of that class, the first half and the second half are in the same row. So now we are in the second half or the second half column. Now within this column, we have this class d-flex-c, because of which the grids that we are going to create under this will be in different rows. So then get inside and create the first card, that is the 1x4. And we are using a class card, and then padding 2rem all around it. Then let's define that title, and we are enclosing the title within a div. Let's see in the website what is the title. So as you can see, the title is going to contain the index number, that is the 01, and then the title text. So both of these will be enclosed within this div. So for the index number, we are using a span tag. A span tag is used to group inline elements in a document or or it is a way to add some stylings to a part of a text, just a part of the text, not the entire text. Then num, num, we will use this class to make the index number big and then it should be behind the text. We will make that. Then text as bold. Alright. Then let me define the title. And since it is a card title, so let me give it appropriate name and no margin. Alright. So this defined the title. Then get outside the div and create a p tag. This will create the text and it is the card text. Alright. Then get below it and create a div, and within the div we will define the button. Alright. So this div containing the class card is defining one card completely. So we can copy this entire div. You can see where this div is starting and where it is ending. Copy it entirely and paste it below. This will be the second card or 2x4. Let me make the changes. And we can see it in the browser. So this was the first row. Now in the same way we have to create the second row. And you can see where the first card has end and then where the second card has end. Then after the ending of the first card and the second card, we have to copy the entire div, which means we have to copy this entire div which has the class d-flex-r, because this div is completely defining one row and in one row we are having two cards. So if we copy this entire div, we can create another row. If you are not sure, please pause the video and see which div I am talking about, and please don't make mistake here, otherwise your website will not look as it should. Then paste it and rename it to second row. Alright. Then this will be third card. Then this one will be the fourth card. Alright. So it was also pretty simple. And this button, if you don't want the button like this and you just want a link like we have in the example page, you can just remove this btn space btn hyphen pink and instead just write text hyphen pink. So this will turn the button into a pink colored link. You can see I'm talking about the e tag, the class of e tag. Just remove the btn space btn hyphen pink and write text hyphen pink. and you can see that in the browser. Alright, the grid is already taking the shape. It will just need some fixing up. So let's add the background image first. So for that we will refer to the section using the ID parallax-text-grid. Then let me just define the image. And in the folder you can see this is the image I am talking about. Alright. Then the background position center to keep the picture in the center of the section, and background size cover, make the image cover the entire section even if it has to crop a little bit. Then background attachment fixed, so that the picture is fixed to its position when we scroll through it. And this is the property which is responsible for giving us the parallax effect. Anyways, then let's refer to the divider div, and with that div we have used id parallax-text-grid-divider. And let's add padding on the top and the bottom. This is just to make it look better. Then let's style the title of the card, and each title class is defining the title as well as the index number. Alright, then let's reference the cards, and for each card we have used the class card. And we will make the display as flex and the direction of the flex as column. Alright. Now reference the the num class which we have used with the index numbers. You can see this is the title class. Then we have this num class for each index numbers. So let's make the flex shrink 0, because this flex shrink property specifies how the item will shrink relative to the rest of the flexible items inside the same container. And since we have given it 0, so it means the shrink is set to false, so it will not shrink. And we want the position to be absolute, z index 0, and font size 6 rem, because we want a big font. And let's give it width of 100% and a gray color. Alright, now let's make the card title to come in front of the index number. So for that we just have to make the z index greater than the z index number of the num class. Alright, now let's reference the text inside the card, and those texts are using the card-text class. And let's add some margin on the top. Alright. And let's do some media queries to make it look better in small screens. That is, in the small screen, we want the first half and the second half to be in different rows. Let me show you in the browser also. So below 768, I want the first half to be in the first row and the second half to be in the second row. That is, we want these two elements to be aligned in different rows, because you can see the text is getting congested, and going further down the road or further decreasing the width of the screen will even make the matter worse. So it's better to change the orientation or the alignment. So for that, we are going to reference the d-flex-r class, which was used with the div that had the id parallax-text-grid-divider, since that div is responsible for dividing the two halves. And I'll just change the flex direction to column. Now you have one more option, whether you want to keep it this way or you want to align the grid into different rows. That is, if you want, you can keep it this way, like two cards in one row, or if you want, you can align the cards into different rows. So for that, reference the divider div using the id parallax-text-grid-divider. Then hash right half, since we are talking about the right half. Then the d-flex-r and make the flex direction column. So you can see now the cards are in different rows. Let me just center align the text in the left half. And also add some margin on the bottom. Alright. Now let me just make some more formattings. Alright. Alright, now it is looking perfect. You can go ahead one more step and customize it or personalize it the way you want it. But anyways, we are finished with this part of the video, and I'm going to see you in the next one. Also, if you like the video, please don't forget to hit like button and subscribe to the channel if you have not subscribed till now. Thanks for watching. Hey guys, and welcome back. This is the 11th video in this video series. So pretty soon we are going to end this series. Just one more video to go, and in this part we are going to create our team cards or our team panels. You can say this is also a kind of a panel, but it is different than the one that we have defined earlier. So anyways, without any further ado, let's jump into the coding, and let's start with the section tag. So you can see these are the cards or the panels which we are using, and also try to control yourself and don't laugh at my photo. Anyways, let's get serious again. And so this is the hovering effect. We have three icons, and anyways, let me just copy the text. So we have seen all of these a lot of time previously, so I don't think I have to explain all these classes again. And let's just quickly define the title and the subtitle. And let's start with the cards, and we will include the cards within a single div. So let's have the class d-flex-r to align all the cards in different columns but in a single row, and give them a width of 70% so that the rest of the width can be used as padding or margin. And let's give it an ID which can be used later to reference to this div. And let's begin with the first card. So create a div, and within the card all the elements have to be in different rows but in a single column, or we want the flex direction to be column. Then let's have a wrapper for this card, and let's give it a width of 30% so that the rest of the divs can also have 30 each percentage. So in total it will be 90%, and the remaining 10% can be used as the margin. Alright, then let's get inside and create another div, and let's have a wrapper for the image. Then get inside and create a image, and you can use your own photographs. Then get inside and create another div. Let's have the class social-media. We will use this class to style the font awesome icons that we are going to define under this, and they have to be center aligned. Then get inside and create UL tag, and class no space so that we don't get the bullet symbol or any margin or padding. Then create the li tag, and within the li tag create the a tag, that is for the link. And within the a tag you can either create the I tag or the span tag to display the font awesome icons. And for the Facebook icon, this is the class that we have to use, fab space fa hyphen Facebook. So copy this entire li, paste it 2 more times so that we can define 2 more social icons. You can use any other icons, or you can use more icons or even less. Let's see in the browser. And these are the 3 icons I'm talking about. Alright. So we have the picture and we have the icons and the title as well. Alright. Now we just have to get outside the div which is containing the font awesome icons, that is the div which is having the class social hyphen media. So just get outside of that div and create one more div with class, let's say image overlay. We will use overlay class to add the gray hovering effect on the image. Now get outside the div, which is the image wrapper. Since up till this point we have defined the image as well as the font awesome icons on the image. So just get outside the div which has the class image hyphen wrap and create a heading. So for that use h4 and the classes. Then create another h5. This will be the subtitle. Then below it, create a p tag. This will contain the text. Alright. So this has completely defined one card, and you can see where the div is ending, the div which is containing the entire card, the div which is having the class card wrap and d hyphen flex hyphen c. You can copy this entire div and paste it below so that we have the second card as well. And let me just change the source of the image and the title and the subtitle. Similarly, paste it once more and this will create the third card. Then make the changes. So with this, the HTML part is over. This was also very simple. Let's get into the CSS and let's start with the card wrap or the wrapper of the entire card. So for that, let's use the ID our team, which is the ID for the entire section. Then space dot card wrap. This is the class that we have used for the div that is containing the entire card. And let's give some margin on the bottom. Then let's reference the image wrap class. Then let's reference the image inside the image wrap class. Alright. Now let's reference the social media class, which is containing the font awesome icons. And let's align the icons at a distance of 5% from the bottom of its container. And let's add some transition effect. Translate y minus 50%. The font awesome icons are going to get up of their container and they will get on the image. Then let's have some width 100%. This will align the icons in the center horizontally. You can see that center horizontally. Then Z index 1 so that they are above the image, because the Z index for the image is 0. You can see it here. And opacity to 0 so that the font awesome icons are hidden initially, and when we hover over the image they become visible. So for that, let's have the opacity 0. Alright, now let's add the hovering effect on the cards, and when the cards are hovered we want the font awesome icons to be visible. And also you can observe here that if any part of the card is hovered, the font awesome icons will be visible. It's not like that if we just hover the image only then the font awesome icons will be visible. No, it's like if you hover over any part of the cards, the icons will be visible. Alright, you can see that. Now let's style the font awesome icons. Because of the inline block, they will be aligned in the same row. And now let's give the color to the font awesome icons. Icon hyphen font. Let's increase the font size. I think it's fine now. Now this colon before is a pseudo element, and it is used to add something like some content or some stylings before the content of each selected element. So here we have selected the icon hyphen font class. So each of these class will get the stylings that we will define under this. Let's give it some padding. Then let's add a border of 1 pixel, solid style, and the border radius to 100 pixel. So that the border becomes round. Alright. Now let's add the hovering color to the icons. Alright. And now let's add the color effect over the image when we hover over the card. So for that we will use the image hyphen overlay class. Then background, linear gradient. Then the first argument transparent, comma, hash BCC2D8. This linear gradient property is used to display smooth transitions between two or more specified colors, or you can say that it is used to define a linear gradient, and for such gradient we need at least two color stops, and these color stops are the colors we want to render smooth transitions among. And also we can set a starting point and a direction along with the gradient effect, but let's not get too deep into this property. Let's just have a simple linear gradient using two colors. Alright, now you can see the gradient effect and it is below the image. Now we have to position it on the image. So top 0, left 0. So it will start from the top left corner now. Alright, and now we want to hide it until we hover the image. And so now let's add some transition effect. Then let's add the opacity to 0 so that it is not visible until we hover the card. Alright, and now let's define the hovering effect on the card. And also you can notice here that since the colon hover selector is with the card-wrap class, it means that if we hover over any part of the card, the image will get this overlay effect because the opacity will be set to 1. Alright. Also, if you want to remove the height a little bit, let's say 99. Alright. Now let's go through the media queries for this section as well. And let's have the breakpoint 768 pixel. Alright, so below 768 pixel we are going to change the flex direction of the cards to column so that these cards are aligned into different rows below 768 pixel. And this is the ID our team card, and this is the d-flex-r class which was aligning these three cards in different columns. Now they will be aligned into different rows but below 768 pixel only. Alright, you can see the effect. And I think I missed the source for the third image. The first image is repeating again. Let me just quickly change it. Alright, so this part of the video is also complete, and the next part is the footer or the responsive footer with some social icons and some input boxes. Thanks for watching. Hey guys, and welcome back. I am welcoming you to the last video of this video series, and in this video we are just going to create the footer, a responsive footer with social media icons, some input boxes and some links. So anyways, let's get into the coding, and let me remind you once again, if you want to create just one section of the website, you don't have to follow the entire video series. You just have to follow the second video in this video series, in which we have defined the CSS classes, because those are the classes that we have used extensively throughout the HTML part. So you just have to create those CSS classes. So for that, just go through the second video, and after that you just have to follow the video for the section that you want to create. Let's say you want to create this footer, so just go through the second video, create those CSS classes, then you just have to jump back directly to the last video and create this footer. You don't have to follow the entire video series. So that was pretty much the gist of it. Anyways, let's get into the coding and let's start with the footer. So let's begin with a footer tag and class, just as always, wrapper to make the display block, and remove the margin and padding. Alright, and let's give it an ID, main hyphen footer. Let me see in the browser. Okay, we have to begin with the social icons. So for that, let's create a container div. This is going to contain all the icons, and let's have the ID social hyphen icons. Then get inside and create another div and give it class text hyphen center to center align the icons. Then get inside and let me just quickly give a title and a subtitle. And if you notice, we are using a dark gray color with the subtitle and a black color with the title. Alright. Then get below it and let's start with the icons. So create a div and class text hyphen white. This will make the icons white. Then get inside and create span tag and class btn space btn hyphen social space soc icon or soc icon hyphen bg hyphen facebook space mx hyphen 2. We have already seen this btn class, which is used to define a button, but since this is not the general button that we have been using throughout the page, this is going to be a round one. So that's why we are not using the btn hyphen pink with it, and we are using a different one, that is btn hyphen social. And this soc icon hyphen bg hyphen facebook will be used to add a special or a different color to the Facebook icon. Then mx-2 will add 2 rem of margin on the right and the left of it. Then get inside and create I tag. Then class fab space fa hyphen Facebook. This will define the font awesome icons. Save it and let's see in the browser. Alright. I don't know if you can see the icon, but it is there and it is even having the hovering effect. Then copy this entire span tag, because this span is defining one icon. So paste it as many times as you want. and just change the name of the classes according to the icons that you want. So I am just going to fast forward through this part. You can keep pausing the video and follow it. Alright. So you can see where this div containing all the icons is ending. So we have to move outside the container for the social icons, but stay inside the footer. Don't go outside the footer. And now we will define the main content for the footer. So create a div and class p-4. This will add 4 rem of padding all within it. Then bg-light-pink to add the light pink background to the footer. Then get inside and create another div, class d-flex-r, to have the flex direction as row, and all the contents of the footer be defined in single row but in different columns. Then text black, and let's give it an ID as well, since this div is going to divide all the columns of the footer. And we will begin with the contact part, where we will define the address. So for that, create a div and class d-flex-c, because within this div we want the content to be aligned into different rows but in a single column. Then w-30 to give it 30% of the width of its container, and let's give it an class contact-address so that we can refer it in the CSS if we need it. In the same way, let's define the other columns as well. Alright, so 30 plus 30 plus 30 will equal 90%. The rest of the 10% will be used for the margin. Then get inside the contact address column or the first column, and it will begin with the image, a small one. So let's create a div to contain the image. And within the div, create a tag so that the image becomes a link also. And within the reference part, you can write the URL. Then within the e tag, you can define the image. And add style attribute and height 5 rem so that we can reduce the size of the image. Alright. Then get outside this div which is containing the image, but stay within the div which is defining the contact address. Don't go outside of that div. Just come outside the div with the image. Alright. Now let's define the address. Create a div class address and create title. Then let's create the rest of the address using p tag. And break tag is used to insert one line so that we can change the line. Alright, now get outside the div which is containing the address. And let's create another div for contact. Then create the title for the contact. And similarly, let's create the paragraph text for the contact. Let's begin with email. Create a tag or the anchor tag, and in the reference write mail to colon, then your email ID, then class. To format it, we want it to be in black color and bold. Then within the text, you can write the email so that it is visible there. So if we click on the email, the default application on your system for sending or receiving email will be opened up so that an email can be sent to this email address. Anyways, then insert a breakpoint or a break tag and write the phone number. Alright, so the first column is complete. Now let's get inside the second column, which is the opening hours. And let me just add text hyphen center to the div so that the text is center aligned. Alright, then get inside and let's begin with the title for this column. You can see that in the browser. Then create a div. This div is going to have two different columns as we have seen in the website. So for that, let's have d-flex-r and no margin. Let's begin with the left column. The left column is going to have the name of the week days. So create a div and this will have the class d-flex-c and we want them to be bold and right aligned. And let's give it 45% width. Alright, and copy this entire left column. Paste it and let's make it right column. And we have to remove this text hyphen bold so that the text becomes normal. And here we want the alignment of the text on the left. So in total we will get 45 plus 45, that is 90% width. Alright, then get inside the left column and create span tag. Within the span tag, keep writing the days of the week. Alright. In the same way, let's create span tags in the right column. And within those span tags, you have to write the timings. So I am just writing one simple timing. You can have different timings for different days. Alright. You can see that in the browser that the left column is right aligned. That is, it is towards the timings which is on the right column. Alright. So this creates the second column as well. Now get inside the third one, that is get in touch, and let's start with the title. Then get inside and create a form tag. This form tag is used for creating a form for user input, and a form can contain text fields, radio buttons, or check boxes. And we are going to define the text fields within this, and we are going to wrap the input fields within div class. Let's give it margin of 1 rem on the top and bottom to separate the different input fields. Then get inside and create the input tag, type text, name, let's say name, class, field, and the placeholder name. Whatever we write inside the placeholder attribute is displayed in the input boxes by default. So let's see in the browser. And you can see that the name is written in the box. So copy this entire div, paste it, type remains the same. Let's change the name to contact, and the value for the placeholder attribute as well. Alright. Then leave some space and create another div, class form hyphen group, and let's add 2 rem of margin on the top and bottom of this. And within this div, we are going to define the text area. A text area tag defines a multi-line text input, so it can hold an unlimited number of characters, and the size of the text area can be specified by the number of columns and rows attributes, or even we can use CSS to add height and width property to this text area. So let's add 2 rows. Alright. Now below the text area, we just have to add the button, and as always, we will enclose the button within the div tag. Alright. Let's minimize the columns. Alright. Now you can see where this div, which is containing the class d-flex-r is ending. You can clearly see that. pause the video and see it where the div is ending, and this div is containing the ID, main, footer, divider. Get outside of this div and then create a p tag. Using this p tag, we are going to add some copyright information. Alright. Then below the p tag, we will create a small button, which is a scroll to top button. And in the reference part, we are writing hash my page because this is the ID of the body. Then let me define the I tag with the font awesome icon for that up arrow symbol. And let me just quickly show you the ID of the body tag. Alright. So this completes the HTML part also. Let's quickly jump to the footer in the CSS. So let's start styling the social icons because we are going to give different colors to the different social icons. So I'm going to fast forward this part also because there's nothing much for me to explain. I'm just going to refer to the different icons that we have already defined, and we will define the background color as well as the border color, because if we don't specify the border color, the animation will not take place, and the animation has been defined with the btn class, so we don't have to do anything except defining the border color. And I'm going to do the same with all the social icons, so keep pausing the video and try to follow it. Alright. Now let's make the icons rounded. For that we will use the btn-social class. Let's have the width, height and the line height same. Alright. Then let's begin with the footer, the main content for the footer. And in the second column, let's align it to the beginning of the flex or the flex start or the top. Alright. Now let's style the input boxes, and we have used the form control class with the text area and the field class with the input boxes. Let's style them. And change the font style as well. Alright. Let's remove the border. Alright. And also let's make it transparent. And let's add some padding on the top and bottom only. And also let's add the border only on the bottom. Still we are getting this outline. Let's get rid of that by using the colon focus selector, since the outline is visible only when we focus on the input boxes. Alright. Now also let's add text area. Alright. Now the last thing that we have to do in this video series is the media queries for the footer. And below 768 breakpoint, we want the columns of the footer to be aligned into different rows. And for that, we are going to use the d-flex-r class. And we will change the row direction to column. We have been using this throughout the video series. And you can see that now. And also, if you want to see which class I am talking about, it is this one, d-flex-r, and these are the three columns that are getting aligned in different rows. Now let's add some padding on the bottom of each column. All right. Now let's style this copyright text. And also let's position this back to top or scroll to top button and style it. Let's give it the background color light pink. Alright. Let's give it a high Z index so that it is always on top of other elements, and display as inline block so that it can be displayed with other elements. Position fixed, and bottom 1.5 rem, right 1.5 rem. So it will be at a distance of 1.5 rem from the bottom right corner. Then let's give it a width of 3 rem. Then height of 3 rem, as well as the line height of 3 rem. Then have font size 2 rem. And add a transition effect as well. And let's make it a little opaque. All right. Alright, so with this the entire website is complete with all the sections and all the nits and grids. You can go ahead, personalize it more or design it even further, use it in your project or use it for practice. And if you like my video series, please don't forget to like and comment on my videos, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Also let me know in the comments how much you have liked the videos, and also give your feedbacks in the comments about the things that you have liked or disliked about this video series. Your valuable comments are always welcomed. So I am going to see you in the next video series. Till then, take care and thanks for watching.